Live from Columbia, this is Sports Talk on the South Carolina Radio Network. Be a part of tonight's show. Call us at 800-956-7266 or email talkback@sportstalksc.com. Now, here are your hosts for Sports Talk, Phil Kornbluth, Kevin McCrary, and Tom Hayes.
You know, that happens, I guess, when you have 30 quick ones. Maybe some of these guys will come back. Who knows? You just keep recruiting. We say all the time it's never over till February 4th. That's when they sign. Everybody just keeps recruiting. You know, one day you look pretty, next day you don't look so good.
Are you back on the 4 to 5 year plan?
Yeah, I'm back on the 4 to 5. You got to always stay on the 4 to 5. You're on that, aren't you?
Day to day.
Steve Spurrier just a few minutes ago at the practice fields at USC saying that it's not 2 to 3 years. He's on the 4 to 5 year plan, and Ray Tanner's going to add another year to his contract to take him back to 5 years. He's got 4 years. They're going to push him back to 5 years. All this being done to try to salvage the rest of the recruiting season and hold together the recruiting class that remains in place and try to take South Carolina's public image right now in a different direction, because it's been taking a number of hits here since the Clemson game, when Spurrier on the Monday afterwards told Josh Kendall of the State, just give him 2 or 3 more years. And that comment has come back to haunt South Carolina, at least with 3 recruits who have decommitted. They've had 6 total decommitments, and they're trying to stem that tide now. And they had some good news today. Marquavius Lewis, as we told you last night, was going to sign with USC. He certainly did that today, and we're standing by waiting on word from junior college defensive lineman Ulrich Jones, who's announcing Carolina or Maryland. I talked to him this afternoon, and he said it was 50-50. I've seen one junior college website person who said it's going to be South Carolina, but there's been nothing official yet from Oxford, Alabama, so we're waiting for that to come down most any time now. So there's some good news for South Carolina today. Lewis is a terrific pickup. No ifs, ands, or buts there. He's a quality prospect at defensive end. And Spurrier now is going to say, guys, it's not 2 to 3 years for him. He's back on the 4 to 5 year plan.
Yeah. Good luck putting that toothpaste back in the tube. I mean,
well,
you can't undo.
This
you
is
can't
a joyous moment.
First of all,
everybody, let's give some hate. You Gamecock fans, give some hate to K-Mac.
It's not hate, but I mean, when you say something and then you can't unsay it, you can't unsee things. And, you know, he did need to make these comments. And I said this last night, that he needed to address the perception out there, because perception can become reality. And the reality is they've lost 6 commitments. I don't think the Gamecock football program is the dumpster fire that some Gamecock fans think it is right now. When you look at Twitter and the, you know, Gamecock message boards, they're, you know, I think blocking off the Gervais Street Bridge and taking away belts, shoelaces to make sure there's not a rash of suicides.
I will say this. Every year at the end of the 5 years. Now I'm going to start saying 2 to 3 years. And then that statement was taken, and I'll make the statement, taken out of context, because he's nearing 70 and they run with it, and they ran with it.
Okay, I guess the big news of the day is Quay Lewis.
Another busy show for you tonight. We've got Clemson coverage coming up for you from their football practice today. Shrine Bowl coverage as well with Coach Ben Freeman in the next hour. Complete recruiting recap. And as far as Ulrich Jones is concerned, we're waiting on here it is. The official word has just come down. Ulrich Jones does pick South Carolina. So the big defensive lineman, 6'2", 290, out of Oxford, Alabama. He went to Butler Junior College. And he commits to South Carolina, will be signing with South Carolina, and he's a big one. He is 6'6", 290, and he tells me that he really excels at stopping the run. Got to work on pass rushing inside, but really excels at stopping the run. Committed to Mississippi State out of high school, committed to Maryland in December, but decommitted Southern Cal, Utah State, some of the other schools that were showing interest in him. But he is now with South Carolina. So despite losing Mark Fields last night, which was a big blow, there's no way to soften that blow. South Carolina eases the pain here by getting Jones and getting Lewis, and they should be signing today as well from Baltimore, Hawkins, who committed to them a few days ago, Ernest Hawkins, and we're waiting on confirmation on that. We'll get to your phone calls, too, coming up, but let's get right to the spur of your comments. They were made just a little while ago after practice over at USC. The Gamecocks working out for the Independence Bowl facing Miami. But foremost on Spurrier's mind, recruiting and the big signing of Lewis today.
Okay, I guess the big news of the day is Quay Lewis, highest-rated defensive lineman in junior college ball this past year, signed with us. And we'll be here January 11, 12. And that's best news. We've been saying for 2 or 3, 4 months now. We got some defensive help. We got a pass rusher on the way, and we're certainly fired up that Quay Lewis is coming with us. Quay didn't pay attention to all these guys saying that coaches are leaving or getting fired, and all the coaches are leaving. I really think Quay came for the University of South Carolina. He knows his home state university, the advantages here. Facility-wise, when all of our new indoor and practice fields, coaches' offices, and we're going to have some condo luxury style living for all our athletes next year. So facility-wise, we're as good as anybody in the future. So I think Quay saw that, chance to go to the NFL, chance to be a high pick, chance to be a starter next year, and he wants to be a Gamecock. So we're fired up about him, and we're fired up about these next guys that are coming real soon. So that was good news of the day. That gives us all a little shot in the arm that, help is on the way, and we're looking forward to that.
But you've had 6 decommitments and fan bases in a panic mode.
Well, that happens, I guess, when you have 30 quick ones. Maybe some of these guys will come back. Who knows? You just keep recruiting. We say all the time it's never over till February 4th. That's when they sign. Or like today, the junior college kids can all sign. So we'll see how it plays out. But everybody just keeps recruiting. One day you look pretty, next day you don't look so good. So we're believing this will give us a shot in the arm and go from there.
Do you regret making the 2 to 3 year timetable comment?
Oh, I guess it was just yeah, you're right. You need to always go under the 4 to 5. You really do. And I saw Coach Tanner over here today, and he said he's going to recommend an extra year on my contract, although I've already got 4 more on it. He said, you already got 4 more. I said, you're right. And, yeah, it pays pretty good for college football coaches, as all of you know. So, yeah, we got an excellent group of coaches here. We really do. If there's some help we need somewhere along the way, then I need to do that. But other than that, we got a good bunch, and hopefully our guys are going to be fired up for the Liberty Bowl against a very good Miami team. Good Miami team. They're 14th in the nation in defense. They got a running back, I think, is her career leader. So we got to really go out there and play hard to give ourselves a chance.
Independence Bowl.
What did I say?
Liberty.
Well, they're right out there together.
Do you
Independence Bowl.
Do you want to
My
say?
bad.
Do you want to say now you're 4 to 5 years? Are you back on the 4 to 5 year plan?
Yeah, I'm back on the 4 to 5. You got to stay on the 4 to 5. You're on that, aren't you?
I'm on the day-to-day. I'm on the day-to-day.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Independence Bowl. My bad. I was thinking of the Liberty Bowl that we won actually a few years ago, and Independence, Missouri got us several years ago. But looking back, going out there, it's a good bowl. We enjoyed it out there, and hopefully we'll share.
Steve, to your knowledge, is everybody good academically? Did you guys have any guys?
We lost one guy, DJ Park, didn't pass enough hours. So he hadn't played much this year, was being redshirted, but he will not make the trip.
And also Brandon Shell, I believe, missed practice.
Yeah, he sort of got his shoulder pulled a little bit yesterday. Our trainer says he'll practice maybe tomorrow or next day.
Is DJ still with the program?
Oh, yeah, he was out here practicing today. Yeah, he can make it up in the summer. Yeah.
I know that Gerald Turner decided to leave the program.
Yeah, Gerald thought he'd get better opportunity somewhere else, and that happens. So we wish him the best. Yep.
Steve, AJ Cannon was named second-team All-American the other day. I mean, what is it about him that seems to will translate so well to the NFL?
Well, I don't know what it has to do with the NFL, does it? But he's been a very good player for us. He's been a 4-year starter, I guess. A lot like that. But he's solid, blocks the right guy most of the time, and good run blocker. He and Corey Robinson have been pretty good on that left side. But he's a wonderful young man that does everything the coaches ask and everything the strength coaches ask also. Never any problems with AJ Can. So hopefully he can end his career on a positive in the Independence Bowl.
I see Corey's going to play in the East-West Shrine game. Talk about the career that Corey's had. Sort of started slowly, then sort of picked up steam.
Corey Robinson is in the East-West game. Well, it's nice to get invited, and certainly he's a big, strong young man that when he's got his game on, he's pretty good. Yep.
Do you expect this to be Mike Davis's last game? Do you know?
Well, I think so. He went through the senior day before the South Alabama game, so we expect it to be his last game. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Junior's been mentioned for the Kentucky offensive coordinator's job.
He has. Nobody told me.
It's out there in the media.
At one time, he told me the Buffalo job was open, but I don't know if he's going to move to Buffalo. But who knows? Who knows? All right. All right. Anything else? All right.
So basically, you're striking the 2 to 3 year statement.
Oh, yeah, you got to always go under the 4 to 5. Yeah, I've been doing that all the time, and somebody asked me probably after one of those losses or so forth. But, most of our guys, they want to – they don't I think they're more concerned about our assistant coaches than me, to tell you the truth. I coach the offense a little bit and try to coach everybody a little bit, but this is a good program. We sell the University of South Carolina. Give you a quick story. At a seminar for all the young kids in town, and we had Jadeveon Clowney, Marcus Lattimore, Stephon Gilmore, Melvin Ingram, and I think Connor Shaw out there. And one kid asked, "Why did you guys pick South Carolina?" And how many of them said because of Coach Spurrier? None of them. None of them. They said opportunity, get a good education, play on a winner, da-da-da-da-da-da. So I'm not all that important. Remember that.
Steve Spurrier from a little while ago, and Ernest Hawkins has signed with South Carolina. He actually did so earlier this afternoon. I'm just seeing confirmation of that from his signing up in Baltimore. Junior college player who went out to California, linebacker. So South Carolina seeking some quick fix. And what do you do in football to get a quick fix, or basketball for that matter, or baseball? You go to junior college. And so they've got a big – well, first of all, Lewis is the star. By all accounts, a terrific defensive end.
2 years to play two, or what's
2 to play two for him. And is a run stopper in the middle, 290 pounds. They could have 4, depending on how these guys are now. Going to have to wait and see how they develop, but they could have 4 junior college players starting for them on defense next year. Lewis, you could have Lamine step up and earn a spot next year. You got Jones coming in. You got Hawkins coming at linebacker.
You left a spot for Cedric Cooper, didn't you?
Cedric Cooper has still got a chance to play. He's healthy, and he's going to be in the bowl game, Pro. We'll see if that makes all the difference in the world. You think Cedric Cooper makes all the difference in the world?
I just thought he was their best pass rusher in the first month. So
he can't stay healthy. The poor guy has been hurt from day one that he's been at USC. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, back on Sports Talk 800-956-7266. A.J. Cann from USC was named a first-team All-American by the Sporting News today. Surprisingly, Vic Beasley of Clemson was not named to the team or didn't make first team. Was he not named at all?
I didn't see the full team. I know he didn't make the first team.
Do they have multiple teams for the Sporting News?
All these All-America teams are kind of jumbled into my brain now. There's so many of them. You have the Lindy's and the Athlon.
Well, I ignore them.
24/7.
The ones that I do pay attention to are
AP.
AP is one you pay attention to. Yeah. All right.
Coaches Association, AFCA.
AFCA you pay attention to. Traditionally I look at Sporting News. I guess now you have to look at ESPN, but these networks, these internet network All-American teams, I don't give them any credibility because they haven't earned it yet. I mean, I think you got to be around a little while to earn some credibility when it comes to that kind of stuff. Just throw a team out there. We could say the Sports Talk All-American team. Would anybody give it any a second look?
Yeah,
probably not.
So they could call it up. And
Somebody
cuss
would.
us out.
Somebody would call themselves a Sports Talk All-American.
I think I'm going to start resume. I'm going to start a Sports Talk All-American team and Sports Talk preseason All-SEC team and All-ACC team. Let's jump to the phones. 800-956-7266. George in Spartanburg, you're up first tonight here on Sports Talk. How are you?
Hey, Phil, doing pretty good. Got a couple recruiting questions, but in reference to Coach Spurrier, sometimes he's just too honest is what his problem is. He says what's on his mind. And I remember last year situation with Jadeveon Clowney when he didn't suit up for the Kentucky game, but didn't inform the coaches until right before the game. And, he'd been injured during the week with the rib. And after the game, some reporter asked him something about whether or not Jadeveon was committed to the team. And Coach Spurrier made this comment offhand, I don't know, you'll have to ask him about it.
Mm-hmm.
And, that immediately got into the national media. And a couple of days later, he had to have another news conference, pointing out, that Jadeveon had done so many things for the program and so forth. There was a miscommunication. So I think, it's part of Coach Spurrier's, I guess, the way he does things. He just says things that come to his mind, and sometimes it comes back to bite you. Now, real quickly on recruiting, I talked with you last night. I didn't know about Mark Fields. What happened there, and where is he committed to now, or is he? And got a question on the JUCOs as soon as you answered me the question on Mark Fields.
Fields decommitted because of concern about staff stability, both Spurrier and the defensive assistants. And he's now looking at Clemson and Texas. Didn't close the door totally on South Carolina, but it's not open very widely right now. He's got an official visit scheduled for Clemson in January, and he plans to take one to Texas. Those are the only two he's looking at right now.
Okay, yeah. The other thing, I guess, on the JUCOs, are all three of them coming in January?
Two of them for sure. Lewis is good to go, and the linebacker is good to go, Hawkins. As far as Jones, who's the defensive tackle, still got a little work to do to be able to get in January. Be right back.
All right, Mark Williams, just talk about this day. What does it mean to finally get this behind you?
It's been a long recruiting process. So, it's been a long recruiting process. So, it's get ready for Division I level. It's been a long
we're back at Sports Talk, South Carolina Radio Network from downtown Columbia, Main Street, your sports talk show of Main Street, South Carolina. Good to have you with us. Phil Kornblut, Kevin McCrary, Professor Tom Hayes, the Steak Man, Graham Pope, once again behind the grenade-proof glass here at our broadcast center in downtown Columbia. 800-956-7266 is the number. Former Clemson quarterback Willie Simmons, if you didn't catch this, he's been named the head coach at Prairie View. Shotgun Willie Simmons. Remember Willie Simmons? Had a great reputation when he got to Clemson. Then he also played the Citadel, don't forget. Remember, he left Clemson, played his last year at the Citadel.
Had a big season there.
He's now the head coach at Prairie View A&M. So good luck to Shotgun Willie Simmons. Really one of the nicest guys you'll ever run across. He had been at Middle Tennessee State, working with Rick Stockstill. He's very close with Rick Stockstill. And let's see here. He's a native of Quincy, Florida, of course. 3 years at Clemson, and then he finished up at the Citadel in 2003. All right, 800-956-7266, the number. Let's get back to your phone calls. And it is Cockett. Some places he goes by Speedy, but here he goes by Cockett. Just like when Oliver calls, it's the angry black man. Here, maybe somewhere else he's known as something else.
Phil.
What's up, Cockett?
How you doing? I just wanted to say I wish you and your family have a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year's, and make all your blessings come true.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I just one thing that I'm happy about. My Cowboys so far is doing okay, but sooner or later I know that there are accidents to happen down the stretch. So I'm not giving my expectations up too high about my Cowboys. But furthermore, is I'm very disappointed about our University of South Carolina. I really think that University of South Carolina should put you on their payroll, Phil Kornblut, so you could be their recruiting. Because how can you allow a guy like DJ Jones go to Ole Miss? I'm just still kind of a little struck about that. A kid is from South Carolina, which I believe, this is what I believe, I mean, coming from him and his, his dad and them, that, that University of South Carolina, they didn't recruit his son hard enough. They didn't put no passion in about recruiting him. I mean, the visit was horrible. And I just hope that Ray Tanner cleans up the element of our university when it comes to athletics.
Over one guy?
No. I'm just speaking in general. Okay, a $4.5 million Hall of Fame, once upon a time national championship from Florida Gators, who had won three 11s in 2 seasons, but in a 10-year contender, he never won an SEC title. That's what really kind of paused me about Steve Spurrier. I think Steve Spurrier right now is got the cream of the crop. I know that University of South Carolina always has been sceptic about mediocrity. As long as we got a coach like a legend like Steve Spurrier, because University of South Carolina football has never had anybody else greater in 150 years. So, by all means, by his presence being there, University of South Carolina athletic program had earned about $300 million in revenue. Okay, so they're gonna sit back and they're gonna allow Steve Spurrier to do whatever he wants to. So what I'm trying to say to all my Gamecock fans out here, when you got Nick Saban, who won multiple championships, but he's still out there recruiting, and and when you got Steve Spurrier, his son and the rest of the guys on the staff, he don't go out there. Last time he ever chased anybody at their house, and you know who that was? That was Steven Garcia. You never hear anything about Steve Spurrier out there to somebody's parent house to try to recruit a player.
All right, Cockett, thank you.
He was at Lewis's house over the weekend. I saw a picture of it.
Never heard of him dancing with Marcus Lattimore's
Listen,
mother
I mean, let's
house.
be truthful. I mean, Spurrier is not going to be confused as one of the great head football coaching recruiters today in the country. Maybe when he was younger, he would get after it a little bit more. I don't know. Wasn't around him. Today he does what he's asked to do by his staff. He does what's necessary, but he's not – he doesn't – well, I don't want to think for him, but he's made the statement before that developing talent, in his opinion, is more important than the recruiting side of it. I think that has been his statement in the past, unless he's changed his feelings about it. He's always believed more in getting the best players you can get and then develop them to be better players.
But he also didn't think it wasn't if why waste your time on some players who won't even pay attention to you when you can recruit a player who may be a lower star rated player and be a good. I mean, look at what they did with Sky Moore. I mean, Sky Moore looked like an afterthought on as far as the recruit is concerned. By the way, Cockett, South Carolina's been in the SEC. What the Spurs have been there 20-something years.
Mm-hmm.
Florida hadn't won an SEC championship in 40-something years till Spurrier got there. That's how difficult it is to win a championship in the SEC.
You do see a lot. That's why a lot of younger coaches are getting head coaching jobs now, because schools think that the younger guys get the recruiting more. But all that being said, the Gamecocks had a top 5 class until it started unraveling a little bit here. And you should also know that there's no reason to panic. I mean, and here's the other thing, and this isn't a knock on Fields or anybody. This goes for any school. If a kid decommits, it's not necessary. I mean, do you really want that? I mean, you want guys that want to be in your program, and if they're going to decommit that quickly, it's probably best that happen now rather than get on campus, not want to be there, be wishy-washy. It's probably best for both parties involved.
There's the special ones involved that you hate to see decommit. Well, for example, don't you think Clemson would love to have had Robert Kimdichie stick with his commit?
Yeah. But you know what? Maybe not. I mean, maybe not. Maybe he goes in there. I mean, he had some problems at Ole Miss. You don't know.
Right.
You don't want a guy to be there that thinks that you owe him more than he owes you, that thinks he's bigger than the program. South Carolina had some of those guys when they were getting the Demetrius Summers and the Derek Watsons and the Mo Fountain or the Mo Thompsons, the guys that thought that they were more important, the program needed them more than they needed the program. How did that work out?
I would say this, of the 6 decommitments that they have suffered, and Mark Fields is the most highly touted of the high school guys that they had. And he's a very fine player. But, they recruited some outstanding freshman defensive backs before this past season, and you saw how they struggled out there trying to pick it up.
Right.
So you're asking a lot. The one that I think made no sense to me and hurts them the most is Paris Palmer. Again, as you look at it on paper, I don't know what happened. If they dropped the ball, if they assumed too much, that they wrongly thought that they had him wrapped up, and they needed that tackle. They, of course, Brandon Shell. Well, they need a left tackle. If Brandon Shell comes back, they're going to need a left tackle unless they move Brandon Shell over to left tackle. They're going to need a tackle, and they would. He was penciled in to be a starter from day one. It's closer. It's he's from the Fayetteville, North Carolina area, so that's much closer to Columbia than State College, et cetera, et cetera. But something happened that led him at pretty much the 11th hour, after sticking with South Carolina throughout the football season and saying all the right things. Something happened that led him to make his change.
Maybe Franklin turned on the charm.
Yeah, Franklin's a really good recruiter up there at Penn State.
But I mean, if you're South Carolina, nothing has changed at South Carolina. The school's still the same. The coaching staff is still the same. They didn't have a great year, but you sell a guy on the fact that, hey, the things that you liked when you committed are still here. Nothing has changed.
And that's why that gets back to my point. If those guys don't want to be there, and I think
State College hasn't gotten any
really
closer
been
to
Spurrier's MO the whole time. I mean, he's never been a hard sell kind of guy. And that's why when this Muschamp thing was coming down, I was like, Spurrier's not going to beg anybody. When Gary Gray decommitted and went to Notre Dame and people wanted Spurrier to go in there, and he's like, no. I mean, if he doesn't want to be at South Carolina, wants to go to Notre Dame,
I think you're exactly right about that.
Yeah.
I think you're exactly right. I don't think he's going to kiss any player's backside to come play for him. He wants people that want to be there. But his assistants are like, could you kiss a little butt just to help us out here?
No.
Get back to your phone calls in just a couple of minutes here on Sports Talk. Those of you on the phone lines, hang in there with us. We'll get to you. Let's talk some high school basketball for just a couple of minutes. Brought to you by South Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, insuring South Carolinians all over the state of South Carolina. We welcome in Coach Gary Fulmer. It's time once again for the Chick-fil-A Classic, which begins on Friday at Richland Northeast High School and runs through December 23rd. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Phil, how you doing, man?
We are doing great, and it's great to have you with us. I can't believe it's time again for the Chick-fil-A Classic, and it's number 13. I can't believe it's 13 years.
That just means you and I and K-Mac are all getting old now.
We're getting better. We're not getting older. Just like you, we're getting better. And, man, what a terrific field. It helps to have some great talent in South Carolina and around the Midlands, and you have put together a great field of teams for this year's tournament.
Really have, Phil. I mean, besides, of course, it's always a great thing when you have 3 of the preseason nation's top 15 teams in the tournament from out of state. They're coming here. But as you mentioned, this is probably as good an era for Midlands basketball as we've had in a while with the type teams that we have here now. We've got, besides having Wanda, which is the Class 4A preseason number 1 ranked team in the state. We've got Spring Valley, which is Class 4A number 2 ranked team in the state here. We've got Dreer, which is the number 2 ranked Class 3A preseason team. And then we've got Keenan, which is number 1 in 2A, Mullins number 7 in 2A, and then, of course, Hammond, which is number 1 in Skeeza. Of course, with the talent they've got with individual talent as well as P.J. Dozier, of course, and Tevin Mack, and, of course, Seventh Wood. So it's a great field. I'm looking forward to some exciting basketball.
No question. Last night, Tevin Mack for Dreer had 47. But I noticed that P.J. Dozier did not play for Spring Valley last night. I know he's had the knee.
Well, I have not heard. I just realized that myself. I know he played He played Saturday night when he played. Of course, he had 30 points, I believe, against Hammond. So I have not heard, and I guess I was surprised to see he did not play. So I really haven't heard any word on that yet. So I don't really know.
Well, let's hope he gets healthy. If that's what the issue is, let's hope that the knee is okay and he'll be able to play in this event. Are we going to see? How are we going to see? Interaction on the court, crossing over with P.J. Dozier and Seventh Woods and Tevin Mack. Have you got it lined up so we're going to see these guys go head-to-head?
Well, matter of fact, Friday night we've got Tevin Mack and Seventh Woods, Hammond and Dreer. They're matched up on the featured game at 8:30 on Friday night. So you're going to see that right off from the tip-off there. So, yes, the opportunity to match up some of these great talents there, and also in that same part of the bracket with Dreer and Hammond, you've got Morgan County, which has Tookie Brown, which is a high-scoring guard, and Trinity Christian, which has Dennis Smith Jr., which is one of the top 5 juniors in the nation. He averages about 26 a game. Him and Seventh Woods are usually called highlight-type players there. So it's a great opportunity to have some fantastic matchups. Spring Valley is going to be playing on Saturday night during a featured game at 7 o'clock against Wando. So you're going to have the preseason number 1 and number 2 ranked Class 4A teams in the state with a possible preview of what it could be down the road playing on Saturday night.
Well, it seems like if you love outstanding guard play, this is the tournament for you. But Gary, tell us that dinosaur we're still looking for. Any big men still out there we should be keeping our eye on?
Well, the team from New York, which is Center Reach, New York, Our Savior New American, they have the 6'9" young man, Sheck Diallo. He is a consensus top 7 player in the class of 2015. His offers, just name his offers, North Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, Kansas. That pretty much tells you what level of a player at 6'9" he is there. So he'll be one of the top big men in the tournament there. And of course, there are a few others, but this is a great guard type field that if you like to see people handling the ball, shooting threes, driving, as you said, Tom, these guys that can really play. We've got 16 players who are nationally ranked participating in the tournament.
Sounds like a great event coming up. Are tickets still available, or have you sold them out?
Well, all of the
the pre-sale reserved floor seats. We had 60 of those. They went on sale the week before Thanksgiving. They were sold out by Thanksgiving. All the reserved floor seats are gone. General admission, we don't have any pre-sale of general admission because of the fact that we allow people that, since we have so many games during the day, you can buy a ticket, you can come watch a couple games, you can leave to go back home, do some shopping, come back later. So long as the gym is not sold out, and you're willing to wait back in line, you don't have to pay again, you can come back in. So therefore, we don't sell any pre-sale general admission tickets. They'll be available 1 hour before the first scheduled game of the.
All right, Coach. All right, thanks again to Coach Fulmer for being with us. If you're very energetic on Friday, you could go to the South Carolina-Clemson game, which tips off at 7. And if it moves at a pretty good pace, you can still make it over to the Chick-fil-A Classic to catch that Hammond-Keenan game. I'd like to see that with Seventh Woods and Tevin Mack going up against each other. All right, let's get to recruiting for tonight. Obviously, a busy day with junior college players signing once again. South Carolina signed defensive lineman Ulrich Jones, a native of Oxford, Alabama, played the last 2 seasons at Butler Junior College in Kansas, 6'2", 290. He picked the Gamecocks over Maryland, and he said that they're a winning tradition, have a lot of respect for Coach Spurrier and Coach Adams. He came in for an official visit last week, really liked it. He committed to Mississippi State out of high school, but had to go to junior college route first. And he is hopeful of finishing up his academic work this semester so he can enroll at USC in January. He expects to play right away when he gets to South Carolina. Also, of course, South Carolina signed defensive end Marquavius Lewis, 6'4", 270, out of Greenwood and Hutchinson Junior College. Longtime Gamecock commitment, committed back in July. Also had offers then from Clemson, Alabama, Florida, Kansas State, Tennessee, Auburn, Southern Cal, LSU, and others. Made his official visit to USC in August. A fierce pass rusher, had 11 sacks, 21 quarterback hurries, 63 tackles, 20.5 tackles for loss. And so Ernest Hawkins, junior college linebacker from Baltimore, went to a junior college in California. He did sign with South Carolina today as well. Offensive lineman Trey DeRuin is 6'3", 309 from Lilburn, Georgia. He's a former Mississippi State commitment who decommitted earlier USC, Florida, and Louisville. Those are the three he's looking at moving forward. None of the three have offered at this point, though he feels they will when he visits in January. He has set his USC visit for January 23rd. And the Gamecocks are showing a lot of interest in him, and he's got interest in them. He likes Sean Elliott and the type of coach that he is. Of course, last night, USC launched back Mark Fields Jr. to a decommitment out of Cornelius, North Carolina. And he said he's now looking primarily at Clemson and Texas, hasn't totally closed the door on South Carolina. He said, quote, "There's just too much uncertainty and stuff like that. I thought I'd let that play out, and while that does, I'll continue to look elsewhere. South Carolina was a good situation for me, but there are other good situations out there for me," end of the quote. He'll visit Clemson January 17th. The Tigers are about to see him during the contact period, and he's also looking to take an official visit to the University of Texas. So we'll continue to follow him because Clemson's involvement, and we'll see if indeed Spurrier's change of direction from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 had any impact on any of these guys. That's recruiting. Top of the hour break. We'll be back.
Live from Columbia, this is Sports Talk on the South Carolina Radio Network. Be a part of tonight's show. Call us at 800-956-7266 or email talkback@sportstalksc.com. Now, here are your hosts for Sports Talk, Phil Kornbluth, Kevin McCrary, and Tom Hayes.
So how badly does Michigan want Jim Harbaugh to be their next head football coach? Reportedly, they have offered Harbaugh 6 years, $49 million. 6 years at $49 million. What's that break down to annually, Pro?
That's about
8 point something.
8.2, a little less than 8.2
something million dollars a year. Obviously, he'd become highest paid coach in college football if that deal is correct and if he accepts it. It says that he is considering it. He's considering it.
I'll think about $50 million. Do I really want $50 million over the next 6 years? I'll at least consider it.
I'll think about that.
Yeah, let me sleep on that.
Since they're only 30 miles away and he takes the deal, he can be a one-man crew to bail out Detroit's financial woes.
Absolutely.
If he takes that money.
I got to believe he's not going to stay in San Francisco. That's just part of the seams.
But why is the report coming out of Arizona? I know they play Arizona, San Francisco does. So you think a San Francisco station would report it?
That's a good question. ESPN will claim they'll claim to.
Oh yeah, they're not going to get. I just think it's hilarious. They say Harbaugh is considering it. Yeah.
The other NFL news we got to chuckle at today is that the Bears are going to bench Jay Cutler for their game this week, and they're going to start the former Panthers star Jimmy
Clausen.
What if will he
1-9 as a
will he
starter with the
arrive
Panthers
in a limo for the game?
Jimmy Clausen.
Is his dad going to escort him into?
I thought he was in the witness protection program at one point. I hadn't seen him.
His biggest legacy with the Panthers is that he made Cam Newton wear number 1, wouldn't sell him number 2, which Cam tried to buy from him.
Is that right?
Coming out of Auburn, wanted to wear number 2, and the Jimmy said no. Cam took 1. Jimmy took a hike.
And Cam's getting all the money.
Well, you're talking about Harbaugh, but guys, just look at the national scene. Michigan, Nebraska, to us growing up, those programs were solid gold. But now kids want to go to, well, most, I won't say all, want to go to warmer climes. They look at these teams in Florida, California, now Rich Rod, Arizona, and Arizona State playing well, Texas. And Nebraska and Michigan are not surrounded by states with a lot of football talent. And they're not coming down here ciphering players like they used to. So, boy, that's whoever takes the Michigan job. I don't care if it is Harbaugh. It's still a tough sell to get kids up there to Michigan.
All right, we've got a interconference battle between the SEC and the ACC in hoops. It's Tennessee at NC State. And what was that? 11-8, I think, Tennessee with the early lead.
And you watch Alabama blow a chance to ring the bell for the SEC when they lost to Wichita
First time
State.
I've seen a game at the PNC Arena, whatever they call it now, with the new logo in the middle of the court for NC State.
Big logo.
Wolfpack head. That thing is
Too big.
huge.
Too big.
A lot of people are going to be slipping on that.
It almost doesn't fit in the screen on a big television screen. That's how big it is.
You need to upgrade your screen.
And we're back at Sports Talk. We've got time now for more of your phone calls. 800-956-7266 is how you can reach us directly. Email talkback@sportstalksc.com, on Twitter @sportstalksc. The website is sportstalksc.com, and on Facebook, you can like us and follow us on Facebook as well. Sports Talk Radio Network is the location. Football Writers Association of America, All-America team. On the second team, USC's A.J. Cann and Clemson's Vic Beasley. Not on the first team, on the second team. The 4 defensive linemen on the first team, Joey Bosa, Ohio State. Malcolm Brown, Texas. Nate Orchard, Utah. Shane Ray, Missouri.
Todd McShay has trotted out his first mock draft for ESPN. He has Vic Beasley being picked number 10 by the Giants. I personally don't think he'll last that long.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, long way between now and May? Is that when it is now? It's in May? Didn't they move it later into the spring for ESPN's programming
I think they moved
purposes?
it just for that year. I don't think.
Is that a one-time thing?
Move it back.
Why don't we check and see exactly when that
check.
is? All right. So that's the Writers Association All-American team. 800-956-7266. Got a little bit of audio for you from Marquavius Lewis's signing ceremony. Dwayne McLemore from GoGamecocks.com and the state newspaper provided us with some audio, little one-on-one conversation that he had with Quay, as Steve Spurrier calls him, soon after he officially signed with South Carolina. And first of all, he talked about getting this day behind him.
It's been a long recruiting process. I mean, it's pretty big, and now I get time to focus on what I have to do to help the Gamecocks out.
Talk about signing with USC. Why the Gamecocks?
Just a possibility of being an immediate impact, and having been home in 2 years, and my family can come up and watch me play anytime. It played out a big part.
Was the geography a big deal? Just being able to get to the game real easy for your family?
Probably not, because they would have supported me wherever decisions I would have made, and now that I'm actually close to home, they'll probably be at most of the games, and they'll support me no matter what. I know they would.
How close was Auburn in your mind these last few days?
They were really close, because I built a bond with those guys, and Coach G and Coach Malzahn, they recruited me to the end, and it's just something about them that I know that they're trustworthy coaches, and I just had to choose the best decision for me.
What swung at South Carolina's favor? Did Coach Spurrier, Coach Adams, anybody say anything to you or do anything?
All those guys, Coach Spurrier, Coach Ward, and Coach Adams, they all kept it. They shot it to me straight, and they played a big part in it, especially Coach Adams with the bond we built.
What do you like about the idea of playing right away?
It's big, since I'm a junior college guy, and I'm gonna need as much time as I can, and much help and technique as possible to get ready for Division I level.
All right, Marquavius Lewis. So you look at South Carolina's defense for next year, guys, and you think about some of the additions just from today alone. If you took Marquavius Lewis and plugged him in at a defensive end spot, and I don't know if he'd be on the left side or the right side. I couldn't tell you that right now. But he alone, if you put him as a starter, then you have the luxury of, you've got Gerald Dixon, Mason Harris, David Johnson, Darius English, and I think is Cedric Cooper a senior or a junior?
I want to say he's a junior.
Yeah, so he'll be back. All those guys come back. So you can now, you'll have Gerald Dixon on one side. David Johnson got a little bit better as the season went on. They're not going to have anybody of Dixon's size on the other side to match up with his size, because he is a big guy. He's 6'7", and he's about 200 and I think I'm right in saying that. Did I say
you made
6'7" or 6'4"? Let me double check.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, you only need one. South Carolina had one
6'4", 270.
One lithe body at defensive end that could draw a double team that would make everybody else better. Last year, you could block them one-on-one and didn't have to worry about moving your blocking scheme to one side to double team somebody.
All right, now, so you got that. All right, and so you sign Ulrich Jones, and if everything works out for him, he comes in. You put him in the middle of your defensive line. You lose J.T. Surratt, but you got Abu Lamine. Taylor Stallworth looked good as a freshman. He should only get better. Gerald Dixon Jr. is back. Phillip Dukes is back. Kelsey Griffin is back. Deion Green is back. The thing is, some of these guys have really got to step their game up, improve their SEC quality defensive line.
They need rush. I mean, I think the defensive end spots, they had zero pass rush, and their linebackers are going to be okay. They had some guys in their defensive secondary that at least have some experience now. Some of those younger guys, they have some work to do there. But again, if you have a defensive line that's getting to the quarterback and making that quarterback throw the ball a half a second before he wants to, it's a lot easier for those defensive backs to go out there and make a play. They had one of the worst pass rushes that I saw.
Yeah.
And let's face it, the years before, there were plays that offenses didn't even call because Clowney was on the field. I mean, you tore out a few pages in your playbook. Ain't going to work with him over there. So that's the key to getting a pass rush, because I think if anything that struggles with this defense, Phil, I think they learn, even though he doesn't have the particular body type, looks good, especially against spread offenses that like to throw the short and intermediate pass.
Keep this in mind, too, with a more experienced secondary next year, with the young guys that they had to play this year, and the guys they're bringing in, they might do more blitzing next year, which will help them should help them put pressure on the quarterback if they feel confident enough in the guys in the secondary. I would expect guys like Wesley Green, DJ Smith, Al Harris Jr., Chris Lamons to be better players. I mean, their reputations were mighty big coming out of high school. All but Green played this year, and they should all be better next year. Let's jump back to the phones, 800-956-7266. It's Randy in Kershaw. Hello, Randy. Welcome to Sports Talk. How are you?
Hi, Phil. How are y'all?
Good, man. Good. Good to have you with us.
Great. I just wanted to touch base with you guys to see if you had that David Moore had resigned at Andrew Jackson High School here in Kershaw as football coach.
Had not heard that.
Head football coach. David was not the athletic director, and is not the athletic director, but he had been the head coach for 5 years. Unfortunately, the Volunteers were winless this season for the first time in school. He signed if you wanted to check, it was in the Lancaster newspaper today.
Okay.
And you may remember, of course, that AJ's had some pretty good coaches all the way back to Billy Parker, Roger Hazel, Dwayne Denny, Andy Twito, and times have been a little difficult lately. But the Volunteers will be coming back here, we hope, with another coach.
Well, let us know when you get your new coach. I appreciate you sharing that information with us.
Well, we sure will. Y'all take it easy. Enjoy the show.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. 800-956-7266. So the AJ job is open. We go to where are we going next? Hold him over. All right, we'll hold him over till the next segment. We're also going to hear Clemson co-offensive coordinator Tony Elliott, who talked with the media today. Jeff Scott did as well. We might hear some from him too, the other co-offensive coordinator. And we're going to dial up Coach Ben Freeman.
Yes, they are at dinner up in Spartanburg now, the Shriner, but he's going to check in with us hopefully around 7:30.
Good. We'll get him on to get the latest off of Shrine Bowl practice field. Game coming up on Saturday. Read where the weather's supposed to be a little wet.
90% chance, last I checked.
Leak in the press box. I'll be just fine. Be back. More calls coming up here on Sports Talk. right, NC State's gone on top of Tennessee 24-20 about 8 minutes ago in the first half of that game over in Raleigh. And we head back to your phone calls, and we go to Billy in Florence next here on Sports Talk. Hello, Billy. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well, Phil. I hope you guys are. I was just going to kind of comment on the recruiting thing. I think the Tigers has got Mark Fields. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Van Smith, of course, is his teammate at the Charlotte school that he actually attends. And did you hear anything about him, Van Smith, having an official visit set, which is, a current commit of the Tigers for the 2015 class, and Mark Fields going just to hang out with him? I know he said an official with him. I just personally think we've got Fields, but my question to you is Zach Bailey's at the Shrine Bowl, and Coach Spurrier made the kind of fluctuated with you, and Phil, I have all due respect for you as far as asking the questions and kind of getting it out in the open. Thanks. I mean, really, you're not only appreciated by me, you're appreciated by a lot of people just generally here in the PD by just getting the questions and getting the information out and making them answer the questions. And, Coach Spurrier said 4 or 5 years, but that's, you like he said 2 years first. And you don't think that, Coach, that Dabo or Mark Richt or the opposing teams is going after these recruits that South Carolina is losing now is using that, and they're just basically saying, hey, well, Coach Spurrier said that just to get y'all there, and he's not committed to it. I'm just hypothetically speaking here, but I think Zach Bailey, I'm hearing some, and I know you might think he's solid, but I'm hearing some rumblings because, it was tight. He's got a relationship with Coach Elliott over South Carolina, and it was very tight race between Clemson and South Carolina to lining out of Summerville. And I know you probably know what I'm referencing to, but he's trying this weekend, and I'm hearing he could flip, Bill, and I was just kind of going to kind of hang up and see what you got to say, and I just go Tigers, man.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I mean, any committed player could flip, but in his case, he continues to say he's solid in South Carolina. I know that he's around a lot of Clemson commitments at the Shrine Bowl. I saw a story and pictures where Albert Huggins was in his ear a good bit. So anything could happen. I know from interviewing him at the Palmetto Champions Award dinner a couple of weeks ago, I asked him that question, and he said he wasn't affected by, at that time, Spurrier's 2 to 3 year plan because, he was more in line of one of those guys of, I'm there for the school, I'm there to get my education. I mean, he doesn't want to go through a coaching change, but at that particular time, it didn't seem to bother him. But listen, you never know with these guys. The most solid can break, and those who you think are a little bit wavering can be solid. And we're back. Sports Talk, South Carolina Radio Network. Appreciate you being with us wherever you are dialed in around the state of South Carolina. Tonight's been a busy show. Been an interesting day, of course. And we'll get back to your phone calls here in just a little bit. Clemson practiced again today, getting ready for Oklahoma. Their bowl game in Orlando coming up. Well, not next week. It'll be the first part of the following week. K-Mac will be following the Tigers to Orlando. I'll be with the Gamecocks in Wild and
I will
Wonderful
not be going to Disney
Shreveport.
World for anybody that's wondering.
I want to see some pictures with you and Mickey and Minnie. No, get a couple of selfies.
You've been there several times already.
I do have family at Disney World this week.
No, this is a bad time to be at Disney World.
Tony Elliott and the Tigers, they're not really concerned about going to Disney World. They're concerned about going to the Citrus Bowl Stadium and beating
the newly refurbished Citrus Bowl Stadium.
Beating a big-name program in Oklahoma. And Tony Elliott going to get his first crack at calling the plays for the Tigers. All the pressure will be on him. He was asked after practice today he feels about the running game in bowl practice.
Well, you know, as you watched us progress the season, you saw that the running game, continue to get better and better and better each day. And, the thing that I tell the backs is, we can't always hit the home run. We got to hit the base hits. But if you can stay ahead of the chains, then you help. You don't put Cole in situations or put the offense in situations where you got to, make the spectacular play. If you can continue to make the routine plays, then you stay ahead of schedule. And I guess we're going to have to run the football. And what they do from a scheme standpoint, they challenge you to run and throw the football. So it's not just the backs that got to make plays. Everybody's got to make plays to keep us on schedule so that we can complement the defense.
How important is it going to be to stay patient with the run and stay with it?
Right. Oh, of course. That's what we're built to do. In our two-back system, we're built to run the ball, use our play action, and those type of things. So, again, we're going to have to run the football, but then we're also going to have to throw.
Is it also a matter of in Cole from his teammates as well? His ability to run the offense?
Oh, of course. At that position, it's the quarterback. You get all the praise and all the blame. And everybody's looking at you, in that crunch time. So it is key that not only the coaches build confidence in them, but the players do as well. And I think we've been doing a great job of that with these first couple of practices.
All right, Tony Elliott from Clemson. The Tigers getting ready for the Oklahoma Sooners. That should be a good bowl game in Orlando. Just looking at Oklahoma going into this game and defensively, they were really suspect on defense last year. And this year, I think they had some improvement on the defensive side compared to where they were last year. Remember, they went to their bowl game last year. They killed Alabama. And that was, big. That's why a lot of people thought going into this season, Oklahoma would be a strong challenger for a playoff spot. It hasn't turned out to be that way for them. They lost 4 games this year. They've given up 24 points per game, and they're giving up 380 some odd yards per game. I'm just looking to see where they do most of the teams do most of their damage against them. It looks like it's they're really good against the run defensively, only 109 yards per game. So if you're going to hit them, you got to hit them through the air. It looks like about 272 yards per game through the air that teams are hitting them on.
Yeah, it's interesting that Alabama has sent false messages to their opposition twice when they didn't care about playing in the Sugar Bowl. Utah knocked them off, and Utah kind of struggled a few years before they built back up. And now Oklahoma is the latest to fall victim of an Alabama team that was disinterested, and they pounded them, and everybody said, oh, well, Oklahoma's ready now. Well, not really.
And Oklahoma's getting their starting quarterback back, Trevor Knight. He's been cleared to play in practice. And, of course, they have the outstanding freshman running back, Samaje Perine, who set the single-game rushing record
a week after it was set.
And finished with 1,428 yards. So here you go, the nation's number one defense. Clemson's so tough against the run. Will Oklahoma try and force the run with their outstanding running back against Clemson's defense?
If I'm Oklahoma, I know what Clemson's ideas are on defense, and I go against the grain. I'm like Nick Saban. You go against the grain at what the defense wants. So Oklahoma, I'm throwing on first down.
Well,
because Oklahoma wants to stuff Clemson wants to stuff the run, put you behind schedule, second and third and long, so he can turn the pass rushers loose.
You know, you look at their schedule, and they really only played one, what you would consider to be really good defensive team. That's TCU. And they scored in a loss, they scored 33 points on TCU. And TCU's defense is generally considered to be pretty good. I mean, look at the rest of their schedule. They don't play a lot of, Baylor. They got killed by Baylor. But Baylor's no more for their offense than their defense. Texas Tech, Kansas, Iowa State, not real good. Kansas State, a good defensive team. They scored points on Kansas State. So the two best defensive teams on their schedule, they scored 33 and 30 points. They lost both games, but they scored points.
The issue, I shouldn't say problem, or the key for Clemson, their defense is going to do what it's done all year. They're going to show up and give Oklahoma problems. Oklahoma's going to score. Can Clemson's offense stay on the field? Can Cole Stout protect the football? That's the big thing. Sixes, can he keep the ball moving, keep the ball protected? If that happens and Clemson plays a clean game offensively, then they'll have a shot. But and if not, Oklahoma could run away with that thing.
All right, back to the phones we go. We're still going to try and catch up with Ben Freeman here just a little bit. It's who and where? Andy in Columbia, listening to us on the points. When we're on the point, you get the point there, Andy?
Of course I get the point.
We thank you for getting the point.
And Mr. Kornblut, first off, happy Hanukkah to you there, my kosher brother.
Oh, this is Andy. We haven't heard from you in forever since we were doing the afternoon show in Columbia.
Yeah, and you still owe me for my Knicks spanking your Celtics.
Corn welching on a bed, shocker.
Get
and
in
then
line.
we took care of you again last week.
I know.
One of our 5 victories.
I told Pro, I said, because Pro said, hey, we'll have no trouble with the Knicks, meaning the Celtics. And I said, no, the Knicks, they're on a losing streak. Celtics are so up and down, and came in there and beat us. You're exactly right.
Hey, thank God for your Celtics. It keeps my Knicks at least one game every 2 months.
Well, it's good to hear. How have you been? It's good to hear from you again.
I've been doing pretty well. I listen to y'all.
You're missing the afternoon shows?
Oh God, I missed the whole lineup from Teddy, you fellas. Quite depressing.
Those were some good. Those were some good times when we were doing those afternoon shows. Maybe one day we'll get back around to doing that again somewhere. You never know.
I even miss K-Mac. That's
Even I love how people thought, wow, this is how bad it's gotten. I even miss K-Mac. Well, thank you. The feeling is mutual, Andy.
I know we used to always kind of butt heads a little bit, but
I never butted heads with anybody.
That's what it's all about.
I don't butt heads.
Hey, my main reason of calling.
Be quick. We're running out of time now.
Okay, Pittman. He says he's 110%. When's those aid papers are going to be signed? Do you have any idea?
Who is this? Yes, who is this?
Pittman from Jacksonville.
Yeah.
From Jacksonville. And my last thing to say is, sat there and had to listen to Cockett. Mississippi, how many SEC championships have they won lately? And, just get a clue for once. Cockett.
Remember the source. Remember the source.
South Carolina.
And remember the source when you're dealing with Cockett, okay? I'll check on Pittman. He's a high school guy, and, they don't necessarily have to sign anything until they get to their school if they're mid-year enrollee. They don't necessarily have to do anything. The guys who are signing, these high school guys who are signing these financial aid papers, they're just doing it to lock in the commitment from the school. It also allows the school to have unlimited contact with them. So that's not I don't believe that's a requirement for a mid-year enrollee. You can sign the papers or you don't have to. Now, the junior college guys, I mean, this is their locked in paper. Yeah, their letter of intent, so to speak.
Dabo Sweeney could talk about Huggins on Friday.
Yeah, exactly. And first thing out of Spurrier's mouth today was about Quay Lewis.
Right.
So, and he could do that because he had signed. Hey, good hearing from you, Andy. Keep listening to us on the point when they have us, and we'll be back. Yeah, going back to Oklahoma's offense for a moment, just looked it up. They actually played 3 teams with defenses ranked inside the top 35. Texas was the best defense they faced this year, statistically speaking. Texas, Kansas State, and TCU all ranked in the top 35 nationally defensively, and Oklahoma scored 30 or more points against each one of them. So it's going to be a very good test for the Clemson defense.
Well, then you got to really look deeper into it. Did they score those points during mop-up time after TCU ran it up on them, and then they said, okay, we'll let them go down the field, just run out the clock, or did they really score it?
Well, TCU didn't run it up on it. It was 37-33.
I wonder if Brent Venables is going to be motivated for this game.
Probably.
If he has any.
He was very touchy
motivation.
about the subject when it was brought up.
Yeah, he said that out of all the teams, this is the one that he didn't want to play. But
Right.
Front line for guys like us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that means he
facing a
wants to
very
play
good
now.
friend of his in Stoops and Stoops' brother and all that. All right, we'll get back to calls in just a moment. Let's check in on the Sandlappers and see how things are coming along as we head down the stretch of the week. Game day a few days away. Coach Ben Freeman, head coach of South Carolina Sandlappers. How'd you like that? What if I said Ben Freeman, head coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks?
Don't know about that. Don't know about that.
Your Clemson ties might be a little bit too much to overcome.
Dalton
there.
might not like that.
Yeah. Speaking of the youngster, how's he doing with the Jets?
Doing well. He's been active all year and played some here and there. So he's got a good year under his belt so far.
And one of the best stats I ever heard was when he surpassed 3,000 snaps at center at Clemson. That's a lot of looking back between your legs.
No doubt about it. That's a record, that he should be very proud of. He's very durable and was very blessed to stay healthy. It was a great run for him.
Is he enjoying the NFL life?
He is. I mean, it's a job at times, but it's still football. So, to get to do something that you enjoy for a job, that's pretty special.
Absolutely. And the pay's not bad.
No, it helps too.
All right, real quick, let's get to your team. Have you decided on a starting quarterback?
We've been splitting time between Daniel Thompson and Kelly Bryant, and it's still kind of up in the air, and it really doesn't matter. I think they'll both share the snaps equally, and we're going to kind of base it on maybe what happens tomorrow morning in practice, and because we only go once tomorrow, one's not really ahead of the other one right now as far as who's done better this week. I think they've both done great jobs, and will do good in the game too.
It's so tough in a short week like this with all-stars to get an offense clicking smoothly. Do you see any rhythm and any smoothness in the offense at this point?
Well, I think it's definitely gotten better as the week's gone on. I felt a lot better about it today than I did yesterday. So, the quarterback's timing with the receivers and all has really improved, and that's just learning each other. And, everyone's got different what they were, used to at their school. So, it's an adjustment. And to do it in a few days, like you said, is really tough. But they've both improved with that over the course of these 6 practices we've had, and I think they'll do well Saturday too.
Now, your skill position guys, besides quarterbacks, anybody really give you that wow factor where you've just watched him in practice and you go, man, this guy's pretty special?
Yeah, Dupree Hart from Northwestern is a phenomenal athlete, and for him to have played quarterback the majority of this year, that we're using him as a receiver, that like he did his junior year, and phenomenal. He competes every single play, just 100%, and hasn't dropped a pass this week and made some just incredible catches. And he's just a joy to be around. He's just a dynamic athlete.
You're going to line him up where? Out wide in the slot, in the backfield?
Yeah, he'll play a slot receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we're going to try to get him the ball in his hands, as many times as we can, because he's a difference maker.
How's your special teams kicking game looking?
It's been good. Tyler Peacock is a very durable, well, I don't say durable, but consistent kicker. He had a great career at Stratford. He's done a very good job punting. I think his net average was very strong this year, and that's what we're looking for. And I think if it came down to a field goal, I have every confidence that he would knock it through there.
Real quick, any injuries?
No, we've been blessed. We're very lucky to have everybody going, and hopefully they'll stay that way through tomorrow.
Excellent. Listen, thank you so much, and we'll try and catch you again one more time this week before game day on Saturday.
Sounds great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Coach. All right, Ben Freeman, head coach of the Sandlappers, sounding good. Dupree Hart. Can somebody convince him to go play college football somewhere instead of college
Tell him
baseball?
to talk to Bruce Ellington.
Of course, they say he's only 5'4".
Talk to Bruce Ellington.
5'4". That's smaller than Bruce. 5'4".
Bruce.
All right, back to the phone. So we welcome in from Lancaster, Tiger Bryan. Tiger Bryan, we feeling like we do a good job.
Man, y'all really do, man. Hey, I'll tell you what, Phil, that guy was wanting you to be, quit your day job to be the recruiter for Gamecock.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you got that cut and pay.
I get a cut and pay? They pay pretty good to recruit football players, huh?
Well, you would do good, but you don't want to do that. You stay where you at, man, because y'all keep us informed.
I've always felt that, seriously speaking here, if I were a college recruiter, I'd be among the best in the country.
Oh, I would.
No, what are you laughing at, K-Man?
I'm sure you would.
First of all,
you know what? The thing is, he's not kidding. I gotta. You probably given.
I think I could sit in any kid's living room with the parents and convince them to do things that they don't want to do.
Tiger Bryan, working with Phil, I can tell you this: he'll get your school investigated. I'll put it that way.
Well, you ain't telling me to.
I would be one of those recruiters I would do what it takes. Okay, I would do what it takes. I'd be.
Hey guys, I appreciate what y'all do. Hey, y'all do an awesome job, and I wish y'all and your families a happy Merry Christmas and holidays, safe trips where y'all traveling. Hey, I'm gonna listen to you all the time.
We thank you. We thank you very much, and call us again. I mean, we're not going anywhere. Holiday's not till next week. We're on the air every night. We'll even have a Christmas show for you too. For those of you who
live from Santa's sleigh
need sports talk on Christmas Day or night, we'll be on the air. not going to be here. It'll be recorded. It's not going to be
want
live.
anybody not to have sports talk on Christmas.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to get away from the kids and the grandparents and the in-laws, whatever you're hanging around. You got to get that break. Yeah. Bosses. Who's going to be around bosses on Christmas Day? Steak man, you're going to be around bosses on Christmas Day?
I was just sticking with the whole theme of the whole entire.
Thank you. But yes, live shows every day except Christmas Day. I will be on the air from Shreveport on the day after Christmas, the 26th, which is on Friday. We only have one show before the Gamecocks game.
I'll be in Orlando Friday.
And you'll be in Orlando that Friday, and then you'll have a light weekend for the most part because you don't play till Monday, right?
No, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
Yeah. I say go visit Mickey and Minnie.
Well, the Magic have a game in town?
Not
Who
taking
they
the
playing?
family for this trip.
Yeah, go see the Magic if they're playing. You know?
It's not a bad idea.
You could go to, you know what? Is kind of neat, not too far away. Go check out NASA.
Cape Canaveral?
Yeah. Go to Titusville.
Probably not do that.
Not going to do that. I'm just giving you some suggestions.
I'll find something to do. I'm glad for your concern with my
Take your golf clubs. Go play golf.
Yeah.
You know? Can you play golf in your condition?
Yeah. What condition is that?
Down a kidney.
My mental state. Yeah, I think
being down a kidney.
The swing is quicker.
That's where I got rid of that right kidney, so all my stuff's not.
You got a little better turn.
Yeah.
Is that right? All right, that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow night here on Sports Talk.